Hello, everyone. Hopefully we're all seeing this. Still have a couple things to figure out really quick, and then we'll get working. All right, let's see what I have to do. Let me do a screen share. So what we're looking at is the telescope setup for looking at the sun. The big Mead is set up with just a white light filter. And then the little brass telescope on top is a hydrogen alpha filter. So we're going to try to do 2 views before the sun completely goes down, and then we will try to get some views of the night sky afterwards. So we'll see if all of that can occur, because things have not been going really well, mostly because I haven't been able to come onto our observatory for about a year and a half. So everything kind of just falls apart if you aren't allowed to use them for so long. All right, let's see here. Got that up and running. So let me share that. This one right here. All right, so everybody should be seeing our observatory control there. And so now I'm going to attempt to take an image. We'll probably have to do a fair amount of focusing for a few minutes, but we will see. We're going to bin this down because we're using the 6200 on that. So it's a really big chip, so it'll take a little bit. So I want to go on continuous mode, and hopefully that doesn't cause any issues with the streaming, just because the computer we're using is not super high end. It's just a little i5 nuke. So we'll try if. I'm also not able to see any comments right now, so I'll try to get those sent to me, and then it'll probably take a little bit of time for me to answer them, but we shall see. All right, 25%. All right, looks like we are kind of off kilter there. Let's see what we can do. Make sure this is in the right spot. And it's probably way overexposed. So let's go down to 0.1. Bring up our graph. See what we're looking at there. So we're getting a little vignetted in this telescope, but that's what comes with having a really large chip does. Let's see what this does here. Range. Okay, so I'm going to jump up on the scope and make sure it's pointed in the right spot because it's probably not. So we're gonna hop up here, take the finder scope off, but not use it to look through. So I use this little method of projecting it onto my hand when it's not very close. That way it doesn't burn me. And you definitely don't want to look through it because you could burn your eyeball. And there's the sun in the main image. So now what we want to do is get that centered. Wrong way, go back that way, and this way. Okay, so that is some number of degrees off. So we're gonna go like this and see if that works. So we wanna go down. All right, while we do that, I can focus. So if we get bigger, that's the wrong way. Yep, so we want to go back this way. And the camera is really slow. It's not necessarily a live camera feed, at least for the telescope camera, but it'll do. Come on. Getting closer. Of course. Okay, it looks like it's a little too bright still, so we're gonna have to decrease the exposure. So stop that, bring it down. See what this looks like at 0.01. So this is going to be in black and white. There we go. Looks like we might have a sunspot right there. All right, so actually that looks pretty well focused. Not too bad. Just gonna center it up a little bit. looks pretty good. Do have some little dust bits and stuff on there, but right there you can see, unless it's a super dust bit, but that actually looks more like a sunspot. So I just gotta move some stuff out of the way. That's why big screens are better. Yeah, so there's a spot right there. You can kind of see, so you can see the umbra and penumbra of the spot. You can also see, it'll kind of look like it's waving around, and that is actually coming from our atmosphere. Let's see if we go to a full image, not binned, if we can see things a little bit better. So for those people out there, my name is Paul. I work here at the University of Utah, and I am finally able to come back to our observatory, the South Physics Observatory here on campus, to do this. So it's been quite a while since I've been able to come here, and hopefully soon we'll be able to start having in-person stuff, but that all depends on what happens in the next little bit. So let's see. See if we can focus this a little better. And these little robotic focusers are way cool because you just put that little thing in there and then it'll take another picture, and hopefully it looks better. If not, we know exactly how far we need to go back. But we are pretty far zoomed in, so, and it's a big image, so it has to take some time to download before it does. So let's go to 50%. And we got a little bit of wind, so that's not helping us. So it's going to knock things around just a little bit. You can see the little image of the telescope wiggling around up there. That's just the camera on the. Oh, that's a little better. Let's go a little bit more. So that's not bad, especially for being towards the afternoon and just a bunch of atmospheric turbulence and stuff. So pretty decent. So what I'm going to do is we're going to do the same thing, but for the other camera and telescope. So I'm going to stop this one, and we got a little bit of a UFO right there. And we're going to go to camera 2, and we're going to look and see what the sun looks like there. Oh, we don't need a dark frame. Go away. So this one's going to be in the hydrogen alpha instead of the visible. So it might look a little bit different, but we're going to have to probably change up some things again. So let's see what's happening. Is that overexposed? Probably. So let's go down to there. See if that gives us anything. Maybe we're not overexposed. Maybe we're underexposed because that says 15,000. So this is a different kind of telescope. So let's see if 1 second gives us any information. Nothing. I wonder what's going on. No calibration. Set up. Let's see what we got. So you know how things like to not run properly because that's been today. Try doing that. See if that changes anything. Turn that back on. Of course, it doesn't do anything. Let me try something different. Probably wasn't even seeing any light from there because it's not very centered. So let's center it. And of course, nothing works right. So let's see if I can take this off. Okay. Let's see if that helped. It did not. Cool. So, I wonder what the deal is. Guess we can try a different program, because it could just be the program, because those are awesome. And of course, nothing works. Hopefully the camera isn't broken or something. So let's see if it shows anything. Hopefully everybody else has this much fun when they get their stuff set up. Okay, so that one's coming up. So that one's showing absolutely nothing. So that means there's something wrong with it. Of course, because everything happens to go wrong right when you want it to go well. So that's like been this entire day so far. Let me see if Let's see, maybe get out of here, Cortana. Hayden says, same thing happens to me when I'm trying to show people things. Yep, every time without fail. It seems just to be a thing, you know. Let's see, where are these things hiding? Maybe I'll just unplug it for a minute. Okay. Okay. So let's see if anything comes up now. And of course, programs take forever to open on slow, overweighted computers. Thinking. What is it thinking about? Okay, so now it's white, so that's good. Yep, it's working now. Sometimes you just have to delete some stuff and then put it back in. All right, let's see if we can see the sun now. There it is. Need a robotic focuser for this telescope too. But there's so much money, it's hard to get them. All right, decrease the exposure. There we go. All right, now I'm gonna zoom in just a little bit. That way I can see it when I'm up there. Hopefully everybody can see the image also. Need a bigger screen. Need like a 50-inch screen for this. That doesn't look too bad. Got this little baby screen right here. It's like only a 17-inch or something. It's hard to see from really far away. Okay, so some cool stuff. So we got an active region there, active region there, active regions there. Okay, so it looks like we don't have an image. Fun. Now I gotta figure this out real quick. Active region there, active regions there. Okay, so let's see. Now I can finally see myself on here. I'm thinking that this program may not be compatible too much with Zoom. So since I have that working, I'll try going back to this other one, reconnecting on that. And see if we can see all of that. Camera 2.1. Okay, so now I can see everybody's comments and stuff. Take this down to 25%. There we go. Cool, so we're able to see it. Okay, so now without going anywhere, I'll just show you guys here. So we do have some prominences coming up out of the sun on the very edge right here. Okay. So then I'm going to turn the exposure down just a little bit so we can start seeing more stuff in there. But you can easily see there's one that looks like it kind of lifted off a while ago, so it's kind of detached from the sun right there. This one's a little bit attached still. So I'm going to go down to 0.05. Things are much more fun when they actually work right. Okay, that's still too slow. Okay, bring it down to 0.01. See what we see there. That's a little better. So now, if we zoom in just a little bit, come up over here, you can kind of see just that one prominence hanging out right there. So you can see how it's a little bit lifted off of the sun. It's a little hard to see. Let me try going down just a little bit more. See if it shows up any better. There we go. Bring that down. And we are fighting a bit of seeing here too, so it's not going to appear super sharp. But if I bring this up, I need a new mouse and keyboard. This one's like really messed up. So there's a prominence right here that's a little bit difficult to see, but you can kind of see this little bit of a line. There's a prominence up here. There's a prominence right there. A I'll let you guys view that for just 1 minute. And then I'll try to refocus. I could probably get the focus a little better. Let's see what I can do. If only I could pick that screen up and take it over here with me. It'd make things a lot easier. It's probably not coming through to you guys quite as well just because of the connection and stuff. It's probably downsampling it so it looks ugly, but it looks pretty decent from here. Every time you see that kind of, it looks like a wave going over there. That's probably just vibrations and the rolling shutter causing weird effects. Come down just a little bit more. Yeah, that's better. Didn't have to do much, but it helped a lot. So we could try to get a capture of this. Get like a couple hundred images and then stack them. Let's do binning 1, repeat 100, and we'll set them somewhere like the desktop in today's date, which I don't even know what it is. And then we'll pop off 100 of those and then try to stack them later on and see if something comes up. Chris says drag the screen up a little. Okay, yeah, that's weird. It's not coming in all the way. Let me see if I can change how this is doing things. Chris says drag the screen up a little. Okay, yeah, that's weird. It's not coming in all the way. Meeting controls. Oh, I did nothing. I wish this was a little bit easier to figure out where things are, because they put stuff in too many places and never in the right place. I'm going to stop sharing this for a second and Okay, I'm going to try screen sharing again. And then, if that doesn't work, I have to run downstairs and check the streaming feed computer. So I'm running 3 different computers right now to try to get this to work right. Hayden asks, is this a dedicated solar telescope? The one we've been using right now is, looks like it went completely black this time. This one has the solar filters on the front of it and just in front of the camera. I wonder why it went completely black now. Try sharing the whole screen and see if that worked. And then there's always like a 20-second delay. All right, I will be right back. All right, so apparently this is why people hire other people to help them with this stuff. So you can watch all of this at the same time. But there we go. It almost has all of the images, but it looks like sun's getting low. So it's getting more fuzzy. So we caught it just in time to see something for it to go away. So let's, as soon as that finishes with 100, we'll switch it back over and see if we can see the other thing. Chris says to give him a call so we can run in from Tooele. To probably go back and forth Tooele 7 times by the time that I got everything running today. Thanks for the offer, though. All right, let's see. Back to this. And hopefully that telescope is still pointing in the right spot. It's still there, but it's too overexposed again. We can kind of see the sunspot right there. Yeah, there we go. There's the sunspot. And so what's interesting about that, let me pull up one of the other images that we just got. And what's really cool is you can kind of see the same area in both of these images through different filters. Ooh, that's what I didn't want. So bring that up and bring that down. So the area associated with the sunspot in the white light filter, which is this one, that's the one that just has the filter on the front of it. And it's basically like super powerful sunglasses, so it just blocks out tons of light, all equally in all wavelengths. We're looking at this spot, and it's associated with this area on this view. So you can kind of see that the views are kind of turned about 90 degrees from each other. But this one is the hydrogen alpha, so this one's blocking out all wavelengths of light, except for a very small, thin bit in the far red. So it's about 656 nanometers, and our vision starts to drop off dramatically once we get up to about 700 nanometers. So this is like, to give you an idea, this is like really, really red in the spectrum. But it allows us to look at just the hydrogen on the surface of the sun and show us all these different features that if you didn't do that, you would only see like the bare minimum. So on this one, you can see it kind of looks like a texture that you can point out right through here, but that texture is actually more than just like noise in the camera. That texture is actually from the little boiling sections all over the surface of the sun, where hotter plasma is coming up, releasing heat and falling back under the surface. So you can kind of see that. We saw it a little bit better earlier when the sun was higher, but this late, the sun's pretty low, so it's going through a lot of atmosphere, a lot of fuzzing and stuff. The mead, Chris asks, is the mead in white light? Yes, the 14-inch mead is in the white light, and the other is a Coronado Solar Max 2. It's the 70 millimeter version. And it's also a double stacked. That way it gives it a little bit more contrast than the single stacked. But if you're looking to ever get one, Lunts are pretty good. They're all pretty good, but one of the better ones I've seen is the, oh man, now I can't even remember off the top of my head. Basically, the other one is, it's basically a set that goes onto the back of a refractor where all the light blocking occurs and a little on the front. So you put it on a refractor that you own on your own. Whereas this one has a refractor and comes with all of the filters included with it. But if you can get it tuned just right, you can actually get really cool images and stuff off of it also. But the thing I like about the other one is if you put it on a large refractor with a long focal length, then you can actually do a lot of zooming in with that and kind of zoom in really nicely on some of the areas on the surface of the sun. Let's see what it looks like now. So something cool, if we hang out that long, let's see when the sun actually starts to set. It's probably like 2 hours from now. But let me look really quick. Yeah, sunset is in 8:38 today. But what's cool is when you're looking at the sun as it starts getting lower on the horizon, if you can zoom out all of the way and see the whole sun, so we'd have to do this with the other telescope. So it would be this one. What you start to see is the sun's being refracted so much that it actually looks like it starts to squish down into an oval. And so right now you see this kind of very circular shape. As the sun gets really low on the horizon, the atmosphere will actually bend the light and it'll start looking like it's actually getting squished, like somebody's stepping on a ball. Yeah, Hayden says they are a fair chunk of change too. They are definitely expensive for the size of telescope that you get. This one's a 70 millimeter, and like you could get a 70 millimeter like APO refractor for like half as much as this telescope costs. So they're pretty expensive, but I think they're called Daystar filters. Daystar filters are pretty cheap relatively, only because it doesn't come with any other optics other than the blocking filters. But if you add the optics in there, then the prices start to, kind of merge together. But yeah, you can. The cool thing about the Daystars is you can put them on kind of any telescope that's a refractor. They don't work very well on reflectors just because the reflector will start to heat up in the mirrors and everything by looking at the sun. You can actually damage your mirrors if you're trying to look at the sun without a proper filtering on the front. So that's why people use the refractors. And if you have a refractor that has like a set of lenses in the front and set of lenses in the back, then it kind of gets a little more dangerous for the coatings and stuff on those. So you want to be sure you're putting it on the right type of refractor too. But I've seen some really cool images taken with all of these telescopes, but the Daystar seems to produce some of the coolest ones, with some fancy or post processing and stuff too. That always comes into play. But so if you guys want to stick around for another hour, I can just let this kind of hang out and run, and you guys can check as you want. And then as the sun starts to set, you'll start to see it kind of do that little squishing like I was talking about. So let's see if we can see the sun still. And then when the sun goes down tonight, I'm actually going to change out the solar telescope stuff, and then we're going to use it to take some images of galaxies and stuff from two different places. I'm going to have this telescope running and the telescope that we have in southern Utah running also. And what that's going to allow me to do is kind of give you an idea of the differences in capabilities of different types of telescopes and in different areas. So this one will be running here from a very light polluted area of Salt Lake, Whereas that one, of course, is a much larger telescope in southern Utah, but it's also at a much more kind of prime spot for lack of light pollution and better atmosphere. So you'll be able to see um, things a lot better. But I'll try to, kind of account for the size difference and stuff. That way, it gives you an idea of what we're looking at relatively between a light polluted location and a non-light polluted location. Can we take a look at the prominence again? Yeah, let's. So you can kind of see it right there. It's kind of losing its flavor because of the atmosphere, but if we go up to 0.1, we should be able to see it kind of hitting off the side. Yeah, there we go. So you can see it coming up right there. And this one, you can see that it's moved a little bit farther away from the sun. This one, you can see how it's kind of losing some up into the outer portion of the sun. Let me bring it down just a little bit so it's not so overexposed. Maybe we can see it a little bit better. And then I can just pull this up. Maybe not really the same effect. No, we got to do a longer exposure to see it pretty well. Hopefully within the next 2 or 3 years, the sun's going to get a lot more active. It has been becoming a lot more active the last year since it's starting to come back into a solar maximum. So we're going to start seeing a lot more activity and stuff. So, some of these prominences on the last solar maximum, they'd be coming off, like half an entire solar diameter sometimes. And when I say solar diameter, I mean from like one side to the other, cut that in half, which is the radius, and then stick it out here. So, like thousands and thousands of miles off the surface of it. So like these are small in comparison, but it's always cool to see them. And when you're looking at the sun, even in person, it actually looks pretty awesome in person too. Sometimes you see some things that are more evident in person than you can see them on just an image like this. So if you're wondering what these other little suns are down here, in this particular type of telescope, you get a lot of internal reflections between the different layers. And so you're actually seeing one of the reflections of the primary image. And so if you ever get one of these and you try focusing stuff off of this one, it'll never actually give you the same view as your first one. So you got to be careful of that kind of stuff. Let's bring it back down. So we can see the surface again. It also will show some of like the size difference and stuff, and the squishing a lot better when it's not so overexposed. And you'll notice that the part of the image is a little bit brighter than these other ones. So on some of the telescopes, they have little sweet spots. You'll see that more in some telescopes than others. This one I have to align just a little bit better to help get rid of that. So it looks like a lot more even sun on there, but yeah, you can still see some of yeah. The cool thing about this is you can see these active regions, even though on the white light solar filter, you won't see these very well, sometimes not at all, but these are places where in a few days, if they keep building up activity, they'll actually turn into a sunspot like you saw down here on the sun before. So you can kind of track those if you have one and see if any of them actually turn into a sunspot within a few days of you seeing them. And so it's a good way to track where sunspots may actually start coming and occurring later on. So Hayden asks, could this setup also view CME events, coronal mass ejections? So actually you could, because coronal mass ejections are caused by a few different things. One of them being these prominences. Sometimes what will happen is the magnetic field will get disrupted. And if it does that in the right way, you can actually fling all of this material out into space. And that's basically an ejection of all of that material. So that's one way it occurs. And so you can actually sit there over the course of like 20 or 30 minutes, upwards of a couple hours, and see one of these prominences kind of lift off of the sun and release it into space. The only thing that you can't see is like the resulting charged particles flying through space. But if you go to like the Solar Dynamics Observatory or the SOHO site, the Solar something Heliospheric Observatory, you can actually watch the up-to-date live stream of the particles and stuff and all of this stuff happening from there. So the thing is, those particles could take upwards of like 2 days to see it. So once you initially see the light from the solar prominence take off, you like if you check on it over the course of a few days, you actually, if it's pointed at us, then you can actually see some of the particles hit the observatory in space, and you can see it get really staticky and stuff. So then you would be able to see it live in person when it actually occurs, and then a couple days later see the resulting particles hit the observatories, the Solar Dynamics Observatory or SOHO's observatory cameras, and see it get all staticky and stuff. So the reason why that occurs is because light travels at the speed of light. That's why you can see the thing lift off. But the particles that were released travel at sublight speeds. So, it could take a couple days to travel that 93 million miles. And so that's why there's a little bit of a lag on there. But it would be cool to see that difference, of you sitting there watching it and it occurring. Other types of things are when a solar flare goes off, and that's when, there's like a magnetic field around one of these sunspots kind of moves around, reconnects. Sometimes they break apart and then reconnect and cause this like explosion driven by the magnetic reconnection event. And when that happens, it's kind of like slapping together two hands really hard, and then the resulting energy gets released into the surrounding material and causes it to superheat and kind of explode. And so that is all released out into space. And so if you see one of those, which is kind of rare, you have to be looking at the spot at the right time, because they only last for, anywhere between 10 minutes up to about half an hour before, they just kind of go away. But if you can see it at that same time and it's pointed at the Earth properly, similarly to the prominence breaking up, it has to be pointed at us in order for those particles to stream towards us and actually hit the Solar Dynamics Observatory telescope. And then you can kind of see that happen too. So then it would be really cool to see the solar flare kind of exploding and getting really bright and everything like that. And then a couple days later, see the resulting stream of particles come up in the telescope itself. So I've only been able to see like maybe, I think it's like 4 or 5 actual solar flare events live while I was looking through the telescope. So they're not invisible, so you don't need like a space telescope to see them. But you do need a hydrogen alpha telescope, because it won't show up very well, like at all, in a white light solar telescope, unless you're looking at it and you can actually see some of the material moving around while it's going on. But in hydrogen alpha, you actually get to see it get a lot brighter in that spot when it happens. So yeah, any of those can release a coronal mass ejection, and you actually get to see that. But there's other bits of stuff that are really cool with that, and that you can also see. And Thomas Olson added a link to the SDO. So it's basically like they sit there and take, I think, one image every minute and post it up onto those websites in, I think it's 10 to 15 different filters that go from the ultraviolet all the way towards the infrared. And so you can look through their site and see it in several different types of filters. They even have some that are similar to what we're looking at with hydrogen alpha. It's a little bit different. And then they also have a continuum filter, which is something similar to a white light filter for a normal telescope. But then you get to see the UV, the ultraviolet light from those telescopes too. And so you get to see all these really cool magnetic interactions and everything like that by going onto those sites. So it's definitely something you should check out if you're interested in the sun at all. And then what's really cool is if you're watching these kind of things and you see one of those coronal mass ejections or a solar flare, if they're big enough and they're pointed at us, of course, those streaming particles that you would see hit the telescope a couple days later, if there's enough of them, it could actually trigger auroras here on Earth. And there's other things called the space weather. You can go to spaceweather.com and they'll actually give updates about the stream of particles coming from the sun all the time, which is the solar wind. And then if any of these events ever occur, and it'll actually warn you and let you know if there's actually any solar flares coming at us, and if there's going to be a resulting auroral event. And you can even download an app onto your phone. It's been very quiet the last few years, this app, just because there hasn't been anything. But as time goes on and we get back to the solar maximum, they'll actually send you event notifications letting you know if there's something coming up. And they actually have it so cool to where you can, they map out where the auroras are likely to occur and how far south those auroras will occur, like how far towards the equator, because the bigger events will actually trigger aurora farther down towards the equator. So you can look and see where these auroral maps are and see if you're in the right area to see them. And then you have to hurry up and rush out of the bright valley of Salt Lake up into one of the mountains where you can see upwards up into the north really well. Um, and then you might be able to catch some of these aurora that occur. So like if you were lucky enough, you could like sit there and watch this entire event from inception of the solar flare all the way to an auroral occurrence, and it'd be actually something really awesome to try to do. Looks like Thomas Olson has posted 30-minute aurora forecasts. But yeah, I should try that sometime. I've never been able to do that, but it would be a really cool experiment for somebody to try to accomplish. And then you can get an image of it from your telescope. You can take images of it from SDO or something, and then you can get an image of the aurora and be like, this is a progression of this entire sequence of events throughout space and time. Hayden mentions that the news media often exaggerates solar events aimed towards the Earth with threats of knocking out satellites, interfering with communications, and disrupting the electrical grid. He doesn't doubt that this could happen, but it would probably take a large CME event aimed squarely at the Earth, which seems rare. Hopefully, we don't get one that bad in our lifetime. That is true. They do kind of take it a little bit too far sometimes. But it has happened. There was one in 1921. There was one in like 1860 or something like that. And it did cause a lot of disruptions with the technology of the time. Like there was such a charge that was coming through telegraph lines that it caused a fire in a telegraph receiving station, which caught fire and then I guess resultantly burned the entire house or burned the entire building down. So that's one thing. But there's a lot of stuff in space already. So a lot of these satellites and stuff that are up there have already accounted for like some of these big events that can occur like this using electrical shielding and stuff like that in them. So they're probably not super susceptible unless they're one of the older ones, or in case they didn't actually take precautions for it. But it can actually be bad for like astronauts if there's an astronaut floating up there. If you're an astronaut up there and you're not paying attention to this, basically these particles are charged particles. Some of them being electrons, charged positrons, charged protons. These are all kind of the same forms of radiation that are given off by nuclear materials. And so basically, if you're floating around in the space shuttle or in the space station and one of these are large enough, you can actually be flooded with radioactive particles. And that can actually cause radiation sickness or something else, depending on how big of a dose of this stuff that you actually came across. But most of the time, like, it doesn't affect us at all, other than causing really cool aurora. But with the power grid and everything in the United States and Canada, it can actually cause localized shutdowns of power grids, because it can actually overload power grids. But some power grids, if they were designed properly, have this overload protection built into them, but it can still take a few days for these companies to bring all of these back on, because if you do it in the wrong order, you can actually cause more damage trying to bring these things on in the wrong order, in the wrong way, than the actual event actually caused. So it could still take a few days for them to bring the electrical grids back online properly. So that's something we got to watch out for. Other than that, satellites and stuff, not a big deal. If you're doing communication, radio communication, and like you're on a plane flying over the poles and something like this is going off and you weren't listening to people, then your radio communication and GPS can actually get disrupted, and then you actually might fly off course, or you may not know where you are, or you may lose contact for a couple hours or something like that. And depending on if you are in the poles, like if you're doing like a trans-pole flight from United States to Russia, then people in the airplane can actually get a higher dose of radiation from these also. But these are all what ifs, and if they're that big, and if that happens and stuff. So, but it's looking like something like these really big events actually occur maybe once every 100 years or so, as far as we can tell. But we've only been looking at the sun with really good data collection techniques for about the last 150 years. So before that, we don't really know. So it's hard to say exactly how often they do occur. Now we're seeing a cloud move over the sun. Hopefully it doesn't stay there too long. Otherwise, we won't be able to see the sun get squished. Hayden says the Carrington event was a big one, and yeah, that's one of the largest ones that we know of on record. Looks like the sliver of the moon is out already, so as soon as the sun goes down or we can't see it anymore, I can switch over to that and we can watch that for a little bit until it gets dark too. Because it'll take a little while for the things to get to that point. Hopefully these clouds don't keep coming in and bother us for the rest of the night too. So it looks like there's a wonderful bank of clouds hanging out all the way to the west. So our idea of watching the sunset is not going to take place because it'll just go behind the sun or behind those clouds for the rest of the night. So what I'm going to do is turn these off, or not turn them off, but switch stuff over to night mode. You guys are welcome to hang out and watch that. I'll keep things rolling, but If not, then come back in a little bit and you can see us when we're here at night. So it should be the same stream unless something happens and I have to kick it off. But we'll be back either way. So what I'll be doing is turning the camera to the right direction because it was upside down earlier. So that's why I was telling it to go one way and it was going the complete opposite. So this one is going like that. And then that'll get us in the proper position for viewing things. But that big filter wheel is kind of in the way. So it's hard to get those set just right. Okay. And now what I'm going to have to do is switch out this telescope for a regular telescope for tracking on stuff later on. So I got to throw this into the box again. So if you're wondering what kind of mount I'm using on here, I have this ADM mount. So it's just a dovetail mount that has the ability to swing back and forth and up and down a little bit. So I actually like that a lot better than the ring systems, just because I use multiple telescopes on this. I need to switch them out, and it's a lot easier to align stuff with those instead of trying to use the 3-ring system. So in its place is going this 120 shorty refractor from Orion. I've had this for a really long time, and it's a little beat up because I used to have the 3-ring stuff on there, and those rings are sometimes like to scratch up your telescope. So it kind of looks a little funky, but you know, it is what it is. You can pick up one of these telescopes for fairly cheap still, and being 120 millimeters and only, I think it's 600 millimeters in focal length, means that it's pretty wide field, but also really bright. So you can pick off guide stars and stuff really easily on these, even in bright places like here, because you know there's so much light pollution that dim stars are no longer even able to be seen. So you have to get a big refractor to see dim stars in the background light of Salt Lake. So just a quick switch over. That's why I like that that ADM mount up there, just because it allows you to switch things out really quickly. And shouldn't have to change the focus too much between having solar filters on and no filters. Hayden says, time to insert the removal filter. And Chris says, not looking too good. But Chris says you can also still see the Milky Way. I haven't seen the Milky Way from Salt Lake since I've been here, which has been since 2003. It's never been visible. So even before the huge influx of humans into the valley, it's been invisible the entire time. So don't have that kind of stuff. But Tooele is pretty dark still, especially if you're on the south end and you're close to Skull Valley and stuff, where it's actually really dark, but lots of mosquitoes there. So that's not fun. But at least it's dark. But, you know, if we can get a little time on objects out there, then it's worth the time. Do, 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 do. All right. Let's see if we can get La Luna. Change the binning to make it a little bit faster. Okay, it looks like we do have some moon. It's a little overexposed though. And man, I didn't think there would be that much vignetting from this telescope, but I think it's because I have it so far back with the focuser on. Let's see. A little bit fuzzy. Wrong. There we go. Lock that down. Then we can finish focusing if we need to. That looks pretty sharp. It's still a little off. So we can use our little robot and make it a little different. These micro adjusters are awesome. Chris says he's working on the Black Eye Galaxy, and Hayden says we're slowly losing our dark skies in St. George because of the population explosion and lack of dark sky ordinances. Interesting you bring that up because there are 2 state parks in the area that are actually looking to get dark sky status, and hopefully with a little bit of effort from them, it'll push St. George and others to do a little bit also. So maybe you can help support them and get that taken care of. But yeah, there's quite a bit of light pollution coming from there. Why did that set point change? We want that at 0. It's negative 20. That'll never reach that. Okay, what's wrong with it now? I think sometimes what happens is the memory buffer or something in this camera gets hung up, so it doesn't like to work. Of course, nothing likes to work. Unless something happened to the connection. Okay, try this again. There we go. All right, looks like we fuzzed out. So we want to go back that way. Getting a little better. So you can see the moon kind of drifting away there. And that's partially because it moves through the sky at a slightly different rate than the stars do. But another part of that is this telescope needs to be polar aligned a little bit better again, because I'm sure our earthquake last year probably threw some things off, and I haven't been able to come up here and fix it. Come on. Lunar tracking speed. Yeah, I could turn that on, but that's extra work. Okay. Getting close. I think we're kind of floating there, but we can't really get it exactly on just because of the atmosphere, all this heat coming up off of buildings and stuff. Yeah, it takes a while to switch scopes and things, especially if you're only using one mount and stuff. It's a lot of different things that you have to do. Focusing is one of them. You're building a roll-off roof with room for 2 scopes. That'll work nice. Then you can just switch without changing anything. Wish this camera was a little bit faster at downloading. Hayden switches between his Edge HD 8-inch and Asker FRA 400 APO. Both pretty good telescopes. All right, well, could sit there and hit that button all day long. But when dealing with the moon, sometimes you have to go analog. Such a slow download on this. Man, growing old just dealing with it. That's getting a little better. We all need more telescopes and accessories. I guess too many people are wanting more, so it's getting hard to get them. Everything's on back order lately, just like everything else right now. That's probably good enough for now. Pretty good view, I think. All right, so let's check our other scope. See what that one's up to. Probably needs a lot of focusing too. And probably a lot of aligning. And it's overexposing. Yep. And it's overexposing. And it's not looking at anything. Because it's so out of focus. Might have to throw an eyepiece on to align the scope, because the solar scope always seems to point a little bit differently because I think of how the filters line up in there. Yeah. So we should only need to be right there. Okay. All right, we've got a moon. So that'll get our cameras aligned for later for tracking also. Guiding. Close enough. All righty. Let's see. On our YouTube side, ICXT is asking if we'll be using the 32-inch this summer. And I'm actually using that tonight. and our 14-inch in a comparison between the two, just to give us an idea of what we want to look at and how. So I actually have to get that set up pretty quick too. So I'm gonna stop that and pull that down. And then I'm gonna stop sharing for just 1 minute while I log into stuff. And hopefully this doesn't tax the computer too much, having all of these. Otherwise I might have to use other computer. So I'll be running 3 instead of 2. Well, running 4 instead of 3. Well, hopefully I'll be using the 32-inch. That's in case, you never know. Something might be going wrong down there too. Well. All right, looks like I have to run downstairs to check some stuff. So I will be back in just a few minutes. Hey there, Ryan.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, cool. I'm on my Bluetooth, so hopefully you can hear me as I walk around and get my telescope set up.
Yeah, I can hear you fine. I
Okay,
was
cool.
just downstairs trying to figure out what's wrong with our other telescope in southern Utah, and apparently there's no connection to the mountains. So I gotta figure out what's going on with that sometime.
Oh no, that's not good. Well, I'm hoping my Bluetooth will stay charged enough. I think it will. Oh, did I lose you?
I'm still here. I'm just typing a message.
Oh, okay, cool. I have another uh, microphone, but I won't be able to hear you. So I think this Bluetooth should work pretty good, though.
Yeah, it sounds fine right now. I think everybody else should be able to hear you if I can. Um, Let me check.
It's funny. I have to do updates too. I'm going, oh, these stupid
Yep.
updates. I better get these things worked on.
So I'm already set up and everything, so I'm good on my end. Just have
Okay.
one less telescope will be running tonight. So
As you can tell, it is super pretty. Where are you
what's that?
Where are you broadcasting from?
I'm up here at the U in the observatory.
Oh, sweet.
Hold on 1 minute.
Okay, no problem.
How's the clouds looking over there?
I'm clear.
I'm getting cloudy here.
Oh yeah, I see a couple to the south.
Yeah, those are over me.
My pole master says too bright outside. Too bright. I could shoot it on the moon though, till we get going, then have to realign.
Yeah, I have mine on the moon right now, but it's not imaging. It's just watching. Got it all aligned and everything already. So if the weather holds out, then we'll be able to see something. That's a big if.
I guess you're aligned all the time though, huh?
Yeah, because it's permanently mounted.
Yeah.
That's why you got to hurry up and get that observatory in your backyard set up.
Hey, I'm working on it. I just brought in some dirt, had an excavator come in and flatten it all out.
Nice.
I got to get rid of a backyard adventures playground.
I don't even know what that is.
It's just a big old wooden playground that used to be pretty popular about 10, 15 years ago. But they're still hot. You can sell them for good dough. I'm the second owner, and I'm staying in it and getting it ready for. It's just not liking this at all.
So let's see. Hayden says Starlink is available in Utah now. So they should install a Starlink at the observatory, and then it would have super fast download and upload speeds directly to the observatory. Once they got all the bugs worked out, and Starlink constellation to launch more satellites. The ironic thing, though, is the satellites flying overhead providing internet would also appear in the astro images being taken by the observatory. Exactly. It's not a bad idea if it's not too expensive, but our problem is our radios are getting really old down there, so I think they may have locked up again. So we might have to plan a trip to southern Utah to fix things again.
Can you use you just use cell service?
No, we have a microwave link.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I wonder if you could just get a cell service with Verizon or AT&T.
No, there's not very good cell service down there.
Isn't there? Oh,
no.
Bummer.
That might be expensive over time also. I don't know how much we pay for it right now, but I think it might be zero considering I think we're hooked into a state network, so we don't have to worry about it.
Oh, gotcha.
But we got more clouds coming in by the minute. We may not be able to do much. We might have to rely completely on you, Ryan.
It may be. I got a little one. Oh, I see where they're coming in. I've got a little one that might be coming. Well, I don't. I mean, I'm pretty close to being polar aligned. I mean, I can't see it yet.
Uh-huh.
But I'm not going to be. So maybe I'll see if I can get this thing tracking. At least on the moon. So you're not getting anything now.
Just the moon. At least it's bright enough to come through, but it's super fuzzy. Looks like one of those pictures from the 1950s from space. I gotta move over just a hair. Hayden says Starlink is $99 a month, but make the university pay for it. Well, unfortunately for that, all of our programming comes from donations. So the U doesn't really pay much for us to do this kind of stuff. So it may not be a viable option. But if people want to donate, they can do that and help us out a lot. That's always an option. Come on. There you go. Now the moon's in the right spot again. Make that bigger, and then let's see. I'm going to share my screen while Ryan gets going. Ryan's turned sideways. And we can take a gander at the moon while it sits there. There we go. Now we got a live view of the moon, and each exposure changing its fuzziness and brightness between clouds that are moving overhead. So at least we got to see this. Could have been worse. We could have not been able to see anything today. Ryan, if you're trying to talk, just so you know, you are muted. So I was hoping we'd be able to use our observatory in southern Utah tonight, but for some non-random event following all of the other problems today, it has decided not to talk to us anymore. And so I can't even get a hold of it in any manner down there. So likely I'll have to make a trip down to southern Utah to see what's going on with it. No, there's not very good cell service down there.
Isn't there? Oh,
No. It's not even dark enough yet to see any of the brighter objects either. Where is the Southern Observatory located? Hayden asks. It's on top of Frisco Peak, just outside of Milford. So if you look for Milford or Frisco Peak, it's like right, not on the very peak of it, but it's off to the side just a little bit. But you can see it in Google if you go there and look for it.
Are you able to hear me, Paul?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I don't know if you muted me or I did, or.
I think it was you, because I haven't heard you
Oh,
for a few minutes.
okay. I don't know if you've been watching. I totally pulled the plug on my mount as I was trying to align, so I guess start all over again.
Uh-oh. I think it was you, because I haven't heard you for a few minutes.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if you've been watching. I totally pulled the plug on my mount as I was trying to align, so I guess. The joys of running them out, right?
Yep. Well, you should have seen all the stuff I had to deal with today. I had to update a huge Windows. That took like 2 hours, and it was cloudy, so I was doing that while I did that. But then it cleared up, but then it still needed to download or update Windows some more. But after it updated Windows, I could my Bluetooth stopped working on that computer, so I needed to figure that out. And so it took me like an hour to figure that out. That way I could actually use things to talk, because there's no other microphones other than the Bluetooth one that I have.
Yeah.
And then Frisco's not working. One of the cameras weren't working for a minute. It was kind of everything I had to touch today went wrong.
Oh, well, if we can get something going. I was on Arcturus, and then I pulled the plug. I tried to plug in my focuser and pulled out the mount. So I reset everything.
You're not supposed to do that.
I know.
So I'm looking at the satellite, and it looks like clouds are kind of just forming over us. So I don't know how long they will last, but they might head up your way. But I don't know.
I've got a couple, but I'm still pretty clear. So if there's a target that I'm just going to do a 1-star quick alignment and we'll see how that goes. That probably would be pretty good. Have a look here.
Yeah, my whole sky is pretty clouded over. I could do like a star, but that's it.
What do you say we go into the Leo triplet?
That would be cool, as long as it's not too close to the moon.
No, it should be. I think we're pretty good. I should be able to catch it here in just a second as soon as I get my alignment.
Cool.
Okay, successful. Do you have one of the Galaxy NGC numbers of the Leo triplet?
I can look really quick. It'll only take me 14 more seconds, unless I can't remember where I put stuff.
I'm streaming from my phone that has all my feed on it. Let me look at my Stellarium.
Let's see, where is there?
Alpha, Leo. Are they kind of in the foot of the lion?
Yeah, I'm getting it now. So it's going to be M66 is going to be one of them.
M66.
65, 66, and then NGC 3628.
Let's see what 66 gets us. Watching cables. Are you seeing this? I don't know if it's lit up enough.
No, I'm streaming the moon right now, so that's taking up most of the screen.
Watching cables, this thing's slewing around. And it's so close to my leg too, but it missed it.
Yeah, they need to design like a hole through it. That way you can put all of your equipment all the way through it. Or like a USB hub or something in the middle of it.
11. Let's see. Sky's a little blue still, but let's see if I can stack it anyway.
You might be. Are you going to stream from your computer?
Yeah. So I have to log into. I'm gonna have to remote into it and then have the big computer stream it.
Okay.
So we're not laggy, and then I can come out here and work on it. Okay.
Sounds good.
Live stack.
Huh. Clouds are getting worse instead of better. Maybe Astronomy Day 2.0 at the end of the year will work out better for us.
Yeah. Doing a live stack right now and see if I'm on target with just a single star. And plus, I'm hoping I have the polar alignment done.
Well, if you got the polar alignment down, you just need 1 star. So.
But I could lock my sky cam on it, and that should take care of it.
Yeah.
If I could find the target. Look at it. Try to see. Let me see if I can stream from this PC. I just don't know if it has the oomph to do it.
Give it a try. Only thing that it could only get worse, right?
Yeah. And that way I can just share my screen from here. I need to figure out plate solving. It'd be a lot better for me. Just have the computer plate solve it. Okay, find your link.
Plate solving helps a bit, but sometimes it can be problematic on its own.
Really?
Yeah. Just like everything else in astronomy, everything's problematic. There's nothing easy. Let me know if you get ready to stream on there. Then I can stop sharing, and then you can share.
Okay. Sure, I'm muted on this one. Mute me. Okay.
So Hayden says ASI Air Pro has awesome plate solving. We got over 4 people in the club using it, and it works great. Plate solves in less than 2 seconds. That's pretty nice. Maybe I'll just put an ASI Air on everything up here.
You know, I do have one in the garage. What's funny, but it's just I go right to what I know on the laptop and the Windows. Okay, so if I do a share screen, see if this is going to be
Here, let me turn mine off. That way you can do it.
okay. Let me this. Okay, let's share screen. We'll see how buggy it is.
Okay, looks like it's good.
Let's see. Okay, so what I've done here, so I've got SharpCat Pro. It's live streaming just my focus routine. So it's got a whole bunch, made it stack like 82 2-second subs, looks like. And so let me see if I can stretch it and see if I'm even on close to target here. I don't see.
There's nothing there.
I don't see anything. I might have to realign, see if I can do 2-star alignment.
Yeah, there's nothing in your image at all. You would at least see like a fuzzy blob somewhere.
Yeah, at least one of.
No.
I mean, I can't tell if it's in here.
No, I don't think there's anything there. Maybe try going to Regulus manually and aligning on there.
Do you think that? I mean, I don't know. That's not Regulus over here, is it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Let me just back to off the live stack. Oops.
Ooh, my skies just keep getting worse and worse, man.
No, mine are still good. I have a cloud that's to the west, but it's still kind of. Let's see if I can smooth this a little bit.
That looks like Regulus.
You think that might be Regulus?
That's
put it in.
That's bright. Kind of see if you can do like an aim down the scope and see if it looks like it's in the right spot with your eyeball.
Got to hang upside down to do it. I don't know if you can see me. I can't tell. I can't even see it. It's still too bright outside.
Yeah.
Let me just come. I'm going to just slew that star to the right, and then we'll do a stack on it and see if I can stretch it and find it. Does your EQR6, when you try to stop it on its slew, does it drift like that for you?
Sometimes it always drifts a little bit. It depends on how fast you're going, I think.
Oh, so if I slow it down, okay. So let's clear this.
I got to run downstairs. It looks like it's the computer's cutting stuff off again.
Okay. Oh, on the live stream.
Yeah, let me run downstairs. I gotta go off my mic for a minute, so you'll be talking to yourself.
That's okay. I do that a lot. If you see anything out there. Off of this. Some more to the left.
No luck yet?
No luck. I'm wondering if I just need to do something shooting through there. Do a 2-star alignment and get a little better.
Might help.
Yeah. I'm seeing something right here.
Yeah, I see a little blob there too.
I wonder if it's close. I just don't know what we're looking at. I go into Stellarium and take a look and see what it looks like. So we go. Was M65?
Yeah, that's close by there too. That's one of them.
Not using a mouse right here. It's a little difficult. No, I lost it. Is there a better way to zoom? Do you know on Stellarium? Without a mouse?
What is that little Looks like a magnifying glass on the left-hand side there.
Yeah, that's just my search window.
Oh, that's right. Are you using your computer?
Yeah, I'm just using a laptop, and I can't.
You can do the pinch zoom.
I can't. Yeah, it won't do it. I don't know.
Really?
Oh, there it goes. Now I just lost it. It goes too much. Okay, let me go back. Oh, here we go. So here's the triplet. Okay, so this is what we're gonna look at here.
You could try using the like Control Plus or something like that.
Okay. All right. So we have that's what it's gonna look like. So let's see if we can find this pattern in here. And I could be turned around. So I'm wondering, I think this.
Play with your stretch a little bit. Play with your stretch a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely
go darker.
Darker?
Yeah.
That's definitely a galaxy there. Let me slew. That's definitely a galaxy.
Yeah. See if you can point to go to the left just a little bit.
Okay, stand by. Let me turn off my stack. Let's put that close.
Let's see what that gives you.
Okay. So stack that. But don't move. Okay. Okay, let's clear that one. Let's see what this will live stack. Come on. Okay. Oh, let's see. I wonder if something's right there too. Let me see.
It's hard for me to tell because there's like extra compression on this screen, so it adds like
there is
a lot of things on there that probably aren't real.
And that's definitely a galaxy right there, but
yeah,
there might be something right here. Can't tell if I'm seeing.
Are you stacking still?
Yeah, I'm live stacking a 2-second exposure.
Bring your black level down.
Sorry, my mouse pad. I think my.
It's like not doing anything.
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't I do a 2-star alignment?
Yeah, you might need to.
You can see walking noise coming in there, popping up. Okay, let me do that.
Okay.
And that'll help it out. Guys, it's still pretty clear for me. I got one cloud, but I don't think it's in the way.
Mine are might be clearing up a little bit. Or it could just be a sucker hole, which is what it looks like. Because there's another cloud like coming right after it.
Yeah. That's true. go there. Don't hit my mouth. You want me to stop sharing?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Give people something to look at least, I guess.
It's hard to start off without your routine of having Polaris, you know, level, and then get your polar alignment.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. So it's not far off. There's Arcturus. Let me bring that in.
Well, it looks like Regulus is kind of in a spot for me, so maybe I'll go there too. Hey, there's a bright star.
Oh, on my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Arcturus. So I've got that one. Okay, it's going for Vega next. Make sure. You have a little cloud that way. Let's see.
Do.
That's not going to work. New star. I thought Vega was going to be up here.
Let's see how close I am. Okay, if I get this before you, Ryan, you have to buy me lunch.
Sounds good. I am not even close to where I need to be. I got to start over. This is not working.
Uh-oh.
Or let me see if I can try one more star. I don't think it's Luna.
My only issue is clouds, but I might be able to get something behind them. Let's see what I can get. That's if this reads out properly, because sometimes it likes to freeze on the reading, I guess.
Oh, there's the space station.
Oh yeah, space station's coming over.
Yeah.
Everybody run outside.
I wonder if I can grab it. I'm almost close. Let's see. 3,
Good luck.
5. Okay, you ready? It's gonna come.
Let's see it.
I could probably. Come on. Reach. Oh, it's passing. I can't keep up. I can't keep up with it.
It's
Sorry.
only moving at 17,000 miles an hour. Come on.
I can't keep up. Yeah, I lost it. I can't keep up with it. I could probably hand it, but it's going to go over the mountain here pretty quick.
Yeah, I had to reconnect my camera, so I give you a little extra time. Come on. I wonder if it's the drivers or something that keep getting hung up in the background or something.
Well, I think it's kind of tough to tell people to get into astronomy where we have all these problems. It does. A lot of times it works out really well, but I think when we get put on the camera,
yeah,
things always go wrong.
okay, well, I beat you to it. I'm already at
You are?
M76. Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
job.
I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna kick you off
Okay.
for a minute.
Okay, you can kick
Let
me
you
off.
do
Okay,
that.
cool.
All right. So yeah, we got that little guy right there in the blob. Let me double check to make sure it is actually streaming right. So I did a 5-second exposure and yep, there we go. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to get my tracking set up really quick so I can do a little bit longer exposure. I gotta cover my camera. At least Ryan doesn't have to climb a ladder when he wants to put a cap on his telescope. Okay. Okay, so let's see if we have any decent stars. Because it's kind of cloudy, so may not have very good stars to do anything with. Range. Pick that one right there. Calibrate. Okay, seems to be working so far. So Thomas, we are on the 14-inch at the South Physics Observatory right now. Hayden, telescope stuff is definitely not plug and play. There's never been one that's plug and play. So, okay, so it says move less than that. So maybe. Okay, so it didn't move in my Y direction. So that's stupid. Probably because a cloud came over and I lost it or something. Cool. So, well, I have to wait for clouds. So you got time to catch up, Ryan.
Okay. I'm crossing my fingers. I think let's see. Let me do a live stack on this. I definitely am in a different place. Oh, there's a satellite buzzing through. Oh, 2 satellites. Oh, good job.
Oh, we're going to be seeing plenty of them. I think I've seen like 10 in your images while you've been doing stuff and while I've been looking. There we go. I'll try this again. Calibrate number dose. Let's see if it works this time. It's kind of hard shooting between clouds because if a cloud comes over in one of the pictures, then it doesn't register it.
Yeah.
So there's one. Got it. There's 2. Got it. 3, got it. Just needs one more. And then I win. That's the power of permanently mounted telescopes.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so let me see if I can track. Gotta put it in the box. So it's going to take a couple trips. So if you're watching this little tiny picture of a box up here is the star tracking box. So it's got to put it right in the middle of it so it can track on that guy. And if there aren't any clouds that come in, it'll actually sit there and stare at that star for us while I get the picture of this galaxy. But it takes a minute for it to settle into the center because it was kind of off. So it takes a picture, moves, takes a picture, moves, takes a picture, moves. And then once it's pretty close, then I can tell it to do an exposure. So we'll do like let's see what a 60-second exposure looks like when it's ready. We can tell it's ready when you see these X error numbers drop down. It's still trying to get it there, so. We got a little bit of wind. I could probably close the door and help that, but it means I have to stand up.
And what size of scope is this?
The one I'm on right now is a 14-inch, and
14? Okay.
The guide scope's 120 millimeter.
Boy, Paul, I might have to start from square one. Every time I try to do this, when you skip steps, it never turns out right. So I might have to do the polar alignment, and because I'm just not. I did the 2 stars, and it just does not like it.
You have to do it before 10 o'clock or you lose. You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes? I don't know. I know I'm close. It's looking.
So I'm taking an image right now. The error graphs are pretty high really already, but I'm wondering if like my scope is out of balance or something, so it's like tracking funny. Or maybe the earthquake threw it off last year and now it's probably pointing at a different part of the sky than it should be. Keith asks what mount you are using. I'm using a LX200 Meade, and Ryan is using an Skywatcher EQ6R Pro. All right, let's see what we got. Click on that. It's probably going to be a messy galaxy, but it's not bad. The clouds kind of made it hard to see, but you can still see a little bit of the spiral arms on that.
Okay, I'm going to do...
And it's a little out of focus, so...
I'm going to skip the shortcut, start with square one. I better get a polar line. Have the pole master out.
Yeah. Let's see. Maybe I can focus really quick because mine's really out of focus. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, that's way out of focus. Okay, let's see. Did that get better? worse. I wonder how far out of collimation my telescope is. I might be seeing some of that too. Yeah, because it's not really focusing like I want it to. And it's getting windy. Yeah, that's worse.
I may have, once I get this going, I may have a pretty good sky.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We might have to just deal with you because mine is getting worse.
Maybe. Good polar aligned. There we go. I tell you, if you've ever used the Pole Master, it is pretty cool.
That's what I hear.
Oh yeah, polar aligned. Finished. That was it. And we're pretty polar aligned. Okay, now I'm gonna start all over with the get my actually turn it off, turn it back on again.
Yeah, something's funky with my scope at least. Like my focusing isn't really doing much. So,
Don't you love it?
Yeah. Probably have to play with the collimation and stuff, but that would require me tearing cameras and stuff off. So it's like, well, dang it. Because I'm getting some pretty bad coma on stuff. Yeah, it's like the coma is coming into focus, but not the stars.
Don't you hate that?
Yeah, I must have got thrown off pretty bad somewhere. So it's like not even worth doing anything because I can't get an actual sharp image of anything. It's just going to be a big fuzzball.
I'm almost there.
Okay. We'll have to rely on you because I've got work on my telescope I have to do. And yeah, it would take a bit for me to do that.
Sure, yeah. Okay.
Okay, I've got you on front and center. Don't
are you looking
disappoint
at my
us.
screen? Are you looking at my screen again?
Yeah, we're watching you.
Oh, walking around.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Okay. My eastern sky is blocked from my house and the mountain. I have to find a star that's to the west. And I don't know, half of these.
There's Regulus, and there is Pollux and Castor. And let me see what else I can find. There's Doobie, Procyon. Capella's all the way on the horizon.
So the ProScan hand mount kind of picks them for you.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't like about that.
And half of them I don't even know where that star is.
There's Alphard and Spica.
You know where CAF is?
CAPH?
Yeah.
Uh,
Let me see what happens, where it goes. Oh, it's actually going good. Stop,
no bueno.
Stop. Oh, maybe. Let me see. My camera comes so close to the feet of the mount.
CAF is in Cassiopeia, and it's like right in the very north, so you may not be able to see it. It's like right on the horizon.
Yeah, it sure is.
You have your RA, or not your RA, your longitude and latitude in there properly, and your time and everything?
Yeah.
Well, it looks like it's pointing into the right place, but it's a stupid star to align on, considering how low it is.
Tree. That's so funny. Let me go back. See if I can grab some out. See where this one goes. It is. It's almost. It doesn't know it's flat long, but I'm pretty sure it was correct.
Where are you heading now?
Yeah. I'm not even going to pronounce it, and I can tell right now it's already too low. Gosh dang it. Yeah, look how low it goes. I can't do that one either. Let's see. Vega's too low.
You don't have a planetarium program that you can hook into it?
I could do Stellarium. I haven't done it for some time.
Sometimes that works better than trying to use that. Then you can pick your own stars. But
okay, this might work. Let me see if I can get one. guy here. Let's see if we can find it. Didn't give me a lot of choice there. What's going on?
Did you find another one?
Yeah. I think I'm close. There it is. Sorry, I'm just trying to get it centered.
Man, it just seems like everything is just being so temperamental today. It's probably because we haven't done this in a year.
Right.
It's like, you left me alone. Yeah, I'm a little bit more clear, but it's like a fuzzy clear. It's like tons of thin clouds over me, but there'll be another cloud over me in like 10 minutes. So.
Let's do the pinwheel. That's let's see, M51 is Whirlpool, right?
Yeah, pinwheel is M101 or
M101,
no?
that's right. Yeah, I think you're right. Yep. Okay, let's see if we can get it straight up. It's 101. Okay, let's see how we do. Don't hit a leg.
It's not up yet. Oh wait, that's M33.
Should be straight up. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, so let me share my screen again so we can go into.
Yeah, that's straight up.
Share the screen. Okay, let's see how we did. Let's live stack it.
Oh, you're right on.
Right there.
Yeah, you're there.
Okay. Well, what do you say we take a look at this one for now?
Yeah, give it a go.
Okay. So let's go and put a guide camera on it so we don't go anywhere. See what we got on skies. Skies are good. Okay. Stand by. Probably see my mess here in my PhD guiding. Oh, look, there it is right there. I have it in my background. Okay, so let's do connect. Oh. Stand by. It's connected. Well, hopefully we still have people watching.
We got a couple people, I think.
Okay.
There's 4 people total.
Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm connecting the serial port into the back or the bottom of the hand controller so PhD can do the little nudges. So connect that. So the mount's connected. We're going to connect. Oh, that was my camera. Connect my mount. And good. We have our hand controller. I like that. We can move it around. Oh, I always forget to close that. We have to do a calibration. So let's see what we have out there. Starting kind of out of focus, but I think it'll do. We want that star. Okay, let's try it. Okay, so it's going to go through its little calibration process. It'll probably move the mount around. So let's go back into SharpCap. Oh, you can start to see the.
Yeah, it's looking good.
Pretty.
Finally, we have a galaxy.
This is probably the first one that I've ever captured with this telescope. It just blew me away as soon as it shows up. And it's funny because, I'll be out here at 2 a.m. and start giggling. My neighbors probably think I'm nuts. But while I do this, what we can do is let's turn off the live stack. Let's do focus. So I'll zoom in. Details on somewhere. And I have an electronic focuser. And SharpCap has kind of a focuser assistant, but all I really do is zoom in at 250% and then go back and forth and get this star as small as I can get it. While we have PhD calibrating in the background. Oh, I've been too far. Oh, yeah. Too far. I don't know how much you can see of that. You see it shrinking? That might be as small as we can get it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna call that freaking focus.
You don't have anything that analyzes the size on there?
Oh, I do, but I think maybe I'm lazy, and I hate to say that, but I just watched the star. I just watched the star and just tried to get it as small as I could get it. It seemed to do pretty well.
Yeah.
Let's say how PhD's doing. So what it's doing is taking a look at, I think, the backlash on this mount, and you should do a calibration every time. Kind of tell you where you're going to be, but I think we'll actually be sitting pretty good.
Hey Ryan, I have to run downstairs really quick, so feel free to talk as you want.
Okay. Yeah, so those that are listening, I can't see the chat, so hopefully when Paul comes back, if you have questions on how I use this, I apologize with all the difficulties. There's a lot of nights that I find myself, 45 minutes to get set up. Okay, our trans failed. Star did not move enough. Let's see. Maybe let's pick this other one. Let's see what that one does. See if that one will calibrate. It could be my guide scope is out of focus. We'll see how that one goes. Back to SharpCap, and I'm just for fun, I'm just going to do a quick live stack, and it's probably going to be blurry because it's shifting back and forth to do let's clear that, to do the calibration. So we might see some blurry stars. Zoom at 40. See how this is coming up. So right here to the bottom left, it's stacking 2-second exposures. And when we got to get into it, when we get everything guiding, we'll go to 3-minute exposures, and that'll really look fantastic. You can see here to the left has 18 2-second exposures stacked, but you can start to see the arms. which is just straight up, almost to zenith. It's right into the handle, the end of the handle of the Big Dipper. Let's see how PhD is doing. It takes about 5 minutes to do the calibration. What's nice is, amateur astronomy can be, just as rewarding as most. Moving up. It'll just still guide. That's odd. Why it's not doing that? Let me see if I can refocus. See how sensitive that is. On the focus. Oh, that's lock it down. Yeah. Try a different star. Let's see what auto star does. Stop. Let's try that star. You can see how, by looking at this, how the calibration went right ascension and declination up and then to the left. And what you're seeing, these little L's, the zoom call may be not detailed enough what you can see on the screen, but what I see is some hot red and green pixels of the camera, and that happens. It's pretty normal from your camera to have those hot pixels like that, but it's actually good that the mount's doing the right and left calibration. Let's see how we can get that star to calibrate.
How's it going?
Oh, it's not liking my calibration settings, and so I refocused my guide camera, and we'll see what that does. It's picked up a different star, and it is moving a little bit. So, and if you look in the sharp cap, you can actually see the hot pixel right and left, and you can see it starting to zing down this way.
Yep.
So that's a good sign.
Trying to track
hot pixels.
Yeah. So Thomas Olson asks, is the 31-inch working? It is not. We were not able to get communication to it today. So which means I have to take a 5-hour trip to southern Utah and probably turn something on that was turned off because of a power outage or something. So fun stuff. And then Hayden says Batinoff mask works great for eyeballing focus too. Yeah, I see that around a lot. And then Keith Odenall says, are you using a cooled camera? So that's a question for you. Or is your camera cooled?
Yeah, it is. It's the ZWO294. So it's a micro four thirds sensor. It's starting to become kind of an older camera, but it is cooled. So I have it cooled to a minus 10C right now. If I scroll down, I might go to the temperature here.
Thermal controls. You're sitting at -10 at 63%.
You're able to see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
I think it's because I have a zoom overlaid on top, so I can't see those settings. Let's see how we did. Oh,
oh, you're using PhD.
Yes. It seems to work pretty well when I'm just out by myself. I'm not live streaming.
Yeah, it always fails when you need it to.
Isn't that funny? So at least it's tracking. So here's a question for all you programmers out there, which would be very cool, is to program PhD to track the space station or a big satellite. Because I think this could probably do it. As it, have that little green square track, and then push your telescope and hold right onto the space.
You would need to have it update like millisecond to be able to do that, unless you. But there's ways that you can actually program different ephemerises and stuff into your telescope. And then once you know like orbital calculations and stuff in your telescope, you can actually, some of them you can program that in there and then wait for the object to go past, and then all you do is like hit enter or something and then automatically starts tracking it. But I don't know if the Skywatcher can do that, but I know some Meads and maybe what is that? Celestron can do it, and some of the other more expensive ones.
Really?
Yeah. Let's see. Hayden says, I have the 294 MC Pro 2. Good camera except for amp glow. But I think they fixed the amp glow problem in the newer models. But that means
but I think you can fix those pretty easily with darks.
You can. It just takes extra work.
We're guiding half decent. It doesn't like it, but we'll do. Okay.
Is it windy or something, or?
It is a little windy, but I don't think it's moving the mount much. But
okay. Maybe you're out of balance or something.
I could be. Okay, let me slide this around. I'm gonna go to second exposure. Let's clear this. And I do have already set darks in here. Let me just make sure it's grabbing my dark library. Cool. So we'll do, and it'll start loading up here. See how the guiding. Yeah, it's kind of crazy guiding. I guess not too bad at 0.79. Usually I can get it. It could be the wind. Usually I can get it to right around 25, a 0.25 arc second, which is fantastic. But let's see how these just pop up here. All right, there we go. There's the first frame. Looks pretty decent. See that all right?
What's that?
Can you see it okay?
Yeah, it's coming out pretty decent.
Okay, that's just one shot, so that's 1/32 shot.
Yeah, that's pretty good actually.
Okay, I'm gonna leave you for just a second. I gotta put the daughter to bed.
Okay.
And
are you just gonna keep doing an auto stack there?
Yeah, so I'll just leave it back there. So I'm gonna mute for 1 second.
Go for it. Hope everybody can see that as well as I can, but you can clearly see the spiral arms coming out there. And you can see how this one kind of can come out all the way over there. So hopefully it'll get a little bit cleaner as there's more frames added onto it. That's funny. It looks like it's taken 4 images and has ignored 3 of the 4. That's weird. Maybe it's not updating properly. Yeah, 1 stacked, 4 ignored. I wonder if his parameters are too tight, so it's only stacking really, really good ones.
Okay, I'm back.
So I think your stacking parameters are too, it's not allowing any of them to stack, because if you look, it's only stacked, it hasn't stacked any, it's just the first one.
It sure is. I wonder if we're moving. Maybe we're too shaky. Gosh, let's see. Let me go back in here and look.
Oh.
Got it. 8 to 0.84.
Maybe you just got to loosen your parameters up a little bit more, and it'll add them.
There it is. You go to a whole minute. I wonder if it's just this wind.
Could be. It's pretty windy here, so if you're outside and not in a dome and trying to do this, I can see why it would be bouncing around a lot.
Yeah, it's so heavy that you would think it's not getting bounced around, but it must be.
Yeah.
Maybe cables get, pulled around a little bit. Let's see what 1 minute stack does. Yeah, it doesn't like it. We're at 0.92 now.
Yeah. Well, it looks pretty good for one image.
Yeah.
We got one tonight.
Yeah. I'm surprised my skies are still pretty clean. I've got kind of a wispy that's down to the west, but over the moon.
Mine are fuzzy all over. Like you can see a couple stars, but they're fuzzy as all heck.
Trying to think what I can do to keep it still, but are there any other targets maybe
easier ones maybe
want to go to? Yeah.
Let me look. Galaxies are pretty good. Maybe there's galaxies are harder, but nebulae are smaller. You can try like M3.
M3. Is that pretty far east though?
It's a globular. It's
it is.
It's just east of the meridian. The meridian.
Let's see if I can get at least. Let's grab like three of these. Anybody in the audience though have any requests?
They're kind of silent right now. Ken says he was able to track the space station with the old Meade ETX 60. That's possible.
Now, was that just by hand? By slewing it with it, or?
I don't know. We'll have to see if he answers that question in a minute.
I would think somehow, kind of the same way that PhD is tracking this start, you should be able to kind of give yourself a wide field on your guide camera.
Yeah, well, if you have a wide enough field, you can point where it's going and then take some really fast images and pull some stuff out of those. But that's how I've been able to not take pictures of it, but show it to people in the past, is use a really wide angle telescope and then get it to where they're looking in that same direction. But just have them, it's just like kind of stationary as it passes through the field of view.
Yeah. There's two. Stack two of them this time.
Nice. It's looking better already.
My focus looks a little off though. hard
It's
to
okay.
tell with just a couple.
We're not going to Instagram quality tonight, I don't think.
Yeah.
But with enough processing, you can still get it to Instagram quality.
It's funny how folks, are just in disbelief on how much time it takes.
Yeah.
And this is one shot color. I'd be in
Oh, is
trouble
it?
I'd be in trouble if we were using mono, and I'd have to do every filter.
Yeah.
But that's the mission when I get this observatory built, so that I can sit inside and let it do its thing.
Right.
And sleep.
No, you don't want to do that. As soon as you fall asleep, something will happen.
Well, there's 3. It's starting to turn out. I'm amazed that this old PC is streaming better than it did last time that we tried to. It's an old MacBook that I threw Windows on.
Huh. Maybe it's because there are Windows on there instead of Mac.
Yeah.
Mac probably sent a kill update and be like, you got to stop using this now and go buy a new one.
Yeah. Well, I have a deal Best Buy. And it had some pretty good specs, and it was a really good deal. And then I popped it open, and it said it had a terabyte hard drive. And so that's why I was all apologetic. I guess apparently Dell put out some bunk motherboards that had these 250 gig hard drives soldered to them, and they were marketing them with 1 terabyte.
Uh-oh.
So, well, it might be good. So Best Buy took it back, and they're sending it back to Dell. Hopefully, I can get a killer system for pretty cheap.
That would be good.
Yeah, which will hopefully be able to stream this stuff a lot better.
Yeah.
For all of it.
It's kind of crazy how some of these companies decide to solder that kind of stuff on so you can't upgrade it yourself.
Right.
I kind of hate that.
We popped it open because we were thinking, well, maybe we could just find it because we were thinking it had one of those PCI hard drives. You can just pop them in, but yeah, it was soldered in, so that's why we decided to send it back because it'd be pretty easy to pop it in and out. But
oh yeah,
well, we're at 4.
Yay!
So I could save this and we could do a picks and site process if those of you might want to watch that, just kind of how I do it, and then throw it into Photoshop. I think this laptop might be able to do it.
Maybe. So Thomas says it's a bit blurry. The whole window is blurry. It's most likely Facebook. And yeah, it's probably Facebook.
Okay.
And then Hayden says failed meridian flips while sleeping are the nightmares of astrophotographers.
Meridian flip, yeah.
Yeah, it looks good on my screen. So it's probably just Facebook trying to kick us off or something. You guys have been streaming for too long. It's time to go to bed.
Well, let's see. Let me save. So we can still have this running in the background. I'm going to save it.
Yeah.
So I'll save it that one stack there, and we can go in. So it's in as a FITS file. I have another software. Let me see if it'll run it. I haven't opened this thing for quite a long time in a FITS file. Oh, I guess I did buy this software. I don't know why it always tells me this. I have to call them. Have you ever used this? It's Prism.
I've never even heard of it. No.
Yeah, it runs a whole observatory. through third party. I think the guy is in Arizona, but part of the Starzona group, but I'm not positive. But anyway, we can go into. Let's see. I need to bring that into Text Insight. So let's go here into my SharpCap captures. So let's do that. And
so it cleared up kind of decently as I decided that it's time to stop trying tonight because nothing's working.
is it pretty tough to culminate that?
Well, it's not tough to culminate, but I already did that, but throwing everything back onto it and trying to get everything focused and realigned and everything is a whole process in itself because, yeah. So I'll just have to wait till next time where everything is working properly to do something good.
Let's see what this looks like in Text Insight. By no means, I don't know a lot of this program. It is so complicated.
Yeah. I haven't even tried using it because there's just too much stuff to learn when there's other ones that I've used that work pretty well.
No, using this laptop is a little harder. Okay, so let's do. Let's see, we want to do a.
So apparently Hayden was live streaming the moon one night and Facebook ended his stream because they said he had copyright violations.
Oh, do you know what?
Huh.
There is something about that. I get that a lot too. It's funny you say that.
Do you?
As a matter of fact, yes, I had a company called Viral Hog, and all I did was just do. I recorded me, and it had audio of just me taking a quick video from my DSLR, and I posted a. Oh, do you know what it was? I was watching a Starlink satellite pass in front of it, and they pulled it copyright concerns. That's funny you say that because I
For
get
what
that a lot.
reason?
You know, they have some sort of bot that goes out there and can filter, from what I understand, filter these videos and make a determination that you have violated it for some reason, and it can automatically pull your video and put a dispute on there, and you have to file a claim to get that back up again. And it's odd that people can do that.
Did they say why yours was violating anything?
Well, when I called the company, they just said, "Oh, sorry, our bot grabbed it. It's our apologies. For some reason, the algorithm detected it." But it's happened twice now from that same company, and so I told them they need to start being careful because it's, you know, pulling. Yeah, I find it hard to just arbitrarily do that.
Yeah, I can see like if you have live music or something in the background, but if nothing like that's going on, then what is there to claim, man?
I don't know. Okay.
Let's see.
Okay, so these are just steps that I've taken from Dylan O'Donnell. He's got a couple tutorials about, so they'll take this blue out. If we drop these little, so that took the blue out. And then, see, this is color calibration. Sometimes it doesn't work in my favor though. Yeah, so that looks pretty.
It's not bad, especially for only 4 pictures.
Right. And then you can, so once I do this, you can kind of mess around with the stretch down below. It's so hard because I'm not using a mouse, and so that's kind of maybe where we want it, because I want to grab. You can see how far left it is. My screen is so small. Oh, here we go. Okay, so I want to just grab this one left. Can't get it to go. Can't grab it.
There's not enough there.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay. I needed to split them apart. I can't grab it.
You might need to stretch it or something first to give you more play. Because it looks like there's only
I can auto stretch it again, but
yeah.
There we go. That actually looks pretty good. See if I can zoom in on it. I don't know the let me save it and then get into the program that I really know, and that's Photoshop. So that'll really help me out. So you have, once you're done with all this modification, you have to go to your histogram transformation and take this setting, if I remember right, drag it into here. That stretches it. Then that allows you to save it. So let's save it as a TIFF file. It's my desktop. Go to an 8-bit. I think Photoshop will take 16. Don't need that. Don't need this. That. Okay, let's get out of that and see if we can find it here. Now, where did I drop it?
It's right on your back screen.
Well, yeah, that's the process. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
that was a few years ago. Oh, it's right here. Okay, so let's open in Photoshop. I'm in my front yard, so I get people that'll drive by and look at me like I'm crazy. Oh, let's see. Oh, that's loading up. Let's see how. It's looking pretty good. We have 10 now.
Oh, looking better. It's nice and clear.
Yeah,
Not much noise on it.
Smooth that one. Let's see if I can stretch it a little bit more. Ah.
Explosion.
Yeah.
Don't
Boy,
you
we're
hate when
really gonna work
Photoshop
this
takes
computer.
over everything?
Yeah. Oh gosh, that's so weird. Why is it not stretched?
It probably stretched it improperly. That happens to me sometimes
It did. Here,
when saving it to TIFF.
A TIFF?
Yeah, because sometimes
MPEG's inside.
no, what happens sometimes is there's all of the information is all the way over into the black area. And so if you don't stretch it properly, it'll kind of keep everything in there. And then when it opens up in Photoshop, it won't give you any information. So you want to.
Sure is. It's like it didn't keep. That's strange.
If this was the program I used, I could tell you how to do it, but I'm not familiar with this one.
It stretched it. I don't know what happened. It usually will. For some reason, it's not keeping it. Oh, okay. I think maybe I need to take this, drop it into here. There we go. Okay, this is the problem. And then you turn off the preview. Okay. It is so not intuitive on how this is done. Okay, now we got to save it. I don't know. Whoever wrote this program, and as a matter of fact, I may have spoken to him. Not very intuitive at all. Okay, yeah. So let's go. Just leave it on my desktop. We don't want it to fit. We want a TIFF. That. Yes, right. Okay. 16's good. None. That off. That off. Okay, this will be stretched now. Okay, I'm going to just exit out Pixid site because I know that worked. We're at 11. Okay, so let's, here we go. Now it's stretched. Okay, now let's open it up in Photoshop. Is this streaming pretty good?
It seems to be.
Oh, that is so strange. Because it was pretty blocky last time we tried this with the same computer, didn't we?
I think so. It could have
Yeah,
just
we
been
were
your
having,
connection, though.
it could have been. Oh, look at that.
That's better.
Yeah. So, okay, look at that. First of all, I'm just gonna crop it. Well, maybe let me do this. Ratio, normal. Okay. Let's grab that little baby Galaxy 2. Okay. Now let's go into, sorry, my Zoom is sitting right over my navigator. Okay. You see my little red hot pixels? I have to go and edit those out all the time, but this. Or the better way to do it is the dither.
Yeah. Didn't have time, though.
Oh, of course, I have an update. Ah. So this is what I usually do. So I just use the camera raw filter, and then we can kind of stretch it. But before I do that, I'm going to actually cancel this. I like to do my levels. So image, adjustment, levels.
So Thomas actually came up and let us know that it wasn't tracking software. It was, like I was saying earlier, you enter the info about the orbit and it tracks that way when we were talking about satellite tracking and stuff.
Tracking, okay.
Yeah.
I've got to learn how to do that. It would be really cool if I live at my Hill Air Force Base, somehow get it to track like an F-35. And
There's no orbital information for that.
No, but somehow I've got to be able to, lock onto that airplane.
Yeah. So there's a company, I think it's Arcos, that makes these special dual telescope kind of things in a kind of a turret design. And they use one to track an object and one to image it. And there's like a guy sitting on it helping it go along. But they use that as one of the tracking methods for, well, they used to use it for like shuttle launches and stuff.
Oh,
and so
right.
When you'd see those images of, or those movies where they're tracking the thing as it's, going up into space and it's really far away, they were actually using one of those.
Okay.
So there's technology and stuff out there, but you might have to bug the military about it.
Hey, there's got to be somewhere out of like Smith and Edwards Army surplus we could find to work on this, right?
Yeah, it exists. You don't need to work on it. You just need to get it.
Yeah. So I don't know if you can see this. This is really kind of a nice feature of Photoshop. As you overexpose stuff, it turns red. As you watch the histogram too, you can see those stars are kind of blown out. What I'm doing is increasing the white, which they could be. I think as long as the stars are okay, we could blow out
the core.
Those stars. The core, but everything else. But one cool plugin that I have. Oh no, my sprinklers are turning on. I'm right. I know. Let's see how much water is over here. I'm about 10 feet away. So let's just leave it with that. It's going to be really noisy.
Yeah.
But I think I have
Use a median filter in your noise.
This is what I have Topaz Lab.
Oh, that denoise thing, yeah.
It is. This thing is awesome. I love this thing. Watch what this will do. They're going to tell me I'm out of date too. Oh, is it? Oh my goodness. Well, that's
you have to buy the subscription again.
I must do. I know. I have it on my other PC. Uh-oh. Okay, you guys going to have to hang on a second because I'm getting water being blown over here.
Uh-oh. Hurry up, put stuff away.
I know. I'm going to have to go and unplug this. Hopefully this will work because my phone controls it. I think I'm going to have to just unplug the controller. Hopefully it'll shut it off.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, let's see if that did it.
Hayden asks, do you have to have Photoshop for the denoise, the Topaz denoise? I think it's a plugin for it, right?
It is a plugin. It's a subscription too. It's a yearly subscription. It's about $80 a year, I think. And I don't know why.
Does it shut off and you can't use it after a year and you don't pay, or is it just like you don't get updates?
No, well, it's so strange because I've been using it. I use it today on my other PC, so I don't know why it's locked me out. But
maybe it only allows one computer at a time.
It's so strange. No big deal. So we can. Oh, that's so weird. It's letting me use it. Okay. So let's. I can bring this down a little bit. So you can see on the right the difference on what it's doing. It's so weird. Maybe it's not. I'm not seeing it. What I could do is I could go inside and use the real computer, the real beast.
Yeah, if you want. Yeah. We've been on for many hours now, so you could just like post the final image if you want. It depends on if people want to keep watching or not.
Yeah, well, I guess as long as we have people watching, I mean, as long as we'll keep at it. But if anybody has questions on how I process, walk you through all this stuff. This laptop is being really slow. I don't know if you can tell the difference.
Oh, that's better.
Quite a bit of noise in there still because we only have 5 shots. But we can, if you don't have Topaz, you can do what Paul was saying. So you go even into your filter. There's a denoise in your camera raw filter that does a pretty good job. But I found that Topaz is just incredible with a lot of stuff. So if you go down here in your detail, detail right here, and then let's see how it kind of cleans that one up. I mean, I've gone really to the extreme.
Here, do this one. Cancel that, and then let me show you a different one.
Okay.
Because they like different ones work in different ways with different noise. And when I have something that's noisy like this, you go into the filter and then do a median filter.
Would it be in here?
Yeah, it's in there. You just got to point at noise.
Under noise?
And then median. Okay. And then do like a 3 pixel. Okay. Because it doesn't take much.
Okay. Yeah, let's try that.
So that's one way to like get it, like the small dots. You notice how like the bigger areas of noise are still there. Yeah. But this kind of helps get rid of like the really small bits of noise all over the place. So that's one way to try.
another thing that I use too is I also purchased some plugins, and I gotta think of what is the exact name of these plugins. That also has astronomy tools, and you can go into make stars smaller. We can even do a space noise reduction,
Uh-huh.
and then a deep space. We also have it's a color blotch, which also will probably help it out. Let's try that
Yeah,
one.
that'd probably work on this.
And it's a script, and so let's see what that does. So I learned about how to do all this from that Trevor Jones on Astro Backyard.
Uh-huh.
And he uses a lot of the astronomy tools, and there's a gradient. That didn't really do too much.
Thanks for coming, Keith. Have a good night.
Yeah, thanks, Keith. Space noise, let's try that one.
Whoa.
Yeah. It kind of cleaned it up.
That's kind of like a heavier median filter is all that was.
Okay. Is that what it was?
Yeah. You'd get the same effect by making the pixel size larger on the median pixel or median filter.
We could probably then come in, go back. We could probably go back into our probably bring down the glass, and that will start to pull that.
Oh yeah.
Pull that down, and then bring this up.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad for 4 pictures.
Right?
On a color camera.
Yeah. Anyway, that's just kind of the little steps that I mess around with to get things to work. Let's see how we're doing.
Pretty good.
Yeah. See how our guiding's going. 0.79 down the bottom left. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had better. Like I said, I can get it. It must be this wind because I can get it down to about a 20.23.
Yeah, if you're seeing the same wind I am, then you're definitely getting knocked around a little bit more than normal.
Does anybody else have a request on where to go? We can stop this one and flew somewhere else.
Thomas Olson says C2020 P4B. I'm assuming that's a comet, but I don't know anything else.
Do you know what part of the sky it would be?
No idea. I'm just guessing that it's a comet. The name just looks like it would be a name for a comet, but I don't know if it is actually one or not.
You know, I think I've chased a couple comets in Stellarium before. I'd have to, unless he knows the, don't get mad at me, Paul, the lat long of the sky ready to go. The RA deck. I could take a look.
I'm looking for it right now, but there's not much coming up.
Excuse me.
There's a reference for it from last year, but that's it.
You can see all this walking noise down in here.
Yeah.
So to stop that, what you would do is you would just pause the stack, and then use your little hand controller and nudge it a little ways over, and then start another stack again, and then Deep Sky Stacker Sharp Cap will align it again.
So Hayden asked when our next broadcast is planned, and I'll probably do something for the eclipse on the 25th or 26th. I can't remember. But that's going to be like early in the morning.
It will be. I might have a portable unit out. I was going to try to see if I can capture, because it's going to be setting, I think, have it set over Antelope Island. So there's a wildlife refuge that's in Farmington. I think it's called the Eccles Wildlife Refuge. And I know I'm going to have to look at photo pills to see where it would exactly set over Antelope Island.
Yeah.
And I'll try to live stream that as well. So maybe we can hook up the same way.
Maybe. It depends on how the weather goes.
Well, yeah, that's true. But I do have it off. So I plan on doing that.
Yeah. All right, man. I think.
Can I call it?
Probably call it for now.
Okay.
Thanks for coming out and showing us the only view we got tonight, other than the moon and sun.
This is great. I think it's neat to be able to show, the pro. You're the pros, and I'm the amateur, and we can still pull together a pretty decent, setup. And so it's possible for others to, just amateurs can pull this up. I mean, it's not.
For sure.
It's a learning curve, but it's possible.
Yep.
And so, anyway, well, thanks, Paul, and happy astronomy. It was astronomy day, huh?
Yeah, it's astronomy day today, so.
Yeah, well.
Always try to do something for it, but.
It's a beautiful night, other than the wind and a few clouds. But I have totally clear, so.
Yeah, it got clearer here, but now wind is blowing.
Yeah.
Thanks, Hayden and Keith and Thomas and all the others who basically stuck out the entire time we were here. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got to see the astronomy woes.
All of the stuff that you would have to deal with.
Yes, exactly.
All right.
Cool, Paul. It was a pleasure,
and
hey, you too.
Everybody else, have a good night too. See you guys later.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.